And we are live. Welcome to part 6 of our little 2.4 build series. Let me quickly check. Last time we had a bit of technical issues, so I'm very cautious everything is correct, but it seems like YouTube says it's excellent, so let's trust YouTube on this. So, get everything ready, and let's just start. So, last time we finished basically the top and like the belts and everything. So next up is the tool head. So this kit comes with all the parts for Stealth Burner. So that's what I will build in the first iteration. I looked through all the parts, and I think these are all the parts we need. I hope I didn't forget anything. So, hi there, huge dino. Welcome. Yeah, let's quickly go through here. So we have a heater and we have a thermistor. So these two we need to put into the tool head, the Hotend. This kit comes with a V6, so that's like the baseline option, a couple of upgrades, but I don't have them, so V6 it is for now. I think it will work okay for the first iteration. Potentially I will upgrade it later on, but for now, let's build with the V6. Then next up we have, of course, LEDs for our stealth burner, so that's also quite standard, I guess, by now. We have a 5015 fan and a 4010. Hi Alex, welcome. And yeah, so we have fans. We have an empty bag, which is always handy to have, I guess. Um, we have the motor, which is also quite a standard part, I guess. It's a Moons, so I guess it's quality, which is nice. We also have the all the gears and springs and everything we need for the extruder. I'm not quite sure about these. I mean, they look fine. Let's just see how they perform later on when everything is put together. There's also like Bowden tube. It's quite a long stretch. Um, I assume this is what they are, what they want us to use for inside the tool head. There's another Bowden tube, but it's like the 3 millimeter inner diameter. So I assume this, the other one is for the reverse Bowden, and this one is like for inside the tool head. So that's gonna what I'm gonna use. And last but not least, we have this bag with the toolhead board, which is SB2209 from Big Tree Tech. And I think it is it's the 2040 version with the RP2040 chip. There's an older model. I'm not quite sure if it's like the older model, but I think all the new ones are RP2040. And the older one it's the same board basically, but has a different chip. I think there are also some minor other differences from the connectors, but functionally there should be not a big difference. So yeah, we have the RP2040 version, which I remember tends to run a little bit hot. So I might add like an extra cooling heatsink thingy on top of the chip. There's one in here, but this one is meant to be placed on the stepper driver. So there's one stepper driver here on this board that drives the extruder. So the heat block that is included is supposed to go up here to cool the stepper driver on the other side. But I will just add like from my selection, like a second one, most likely on the how to call it, CPU, to keep that one cool as well. And yeah, there's a small like daughter board. I'm not unpacking it yet. I can unpack it now. We'll unpack it anyways in a second. And this daughter board basically goes in the front behind the fan, and it has all the connectors for the front of the stealth burner. So the fans, the LEDs, yeah, that's basically it, fans and LEDs. And then we have this connector that plugs into the main toolhead board basically, so we can remove the front, which I really like. I really like this design. Makes it really simple to like maintain or like perform maintenance on the stealth burner. Really easy to take apart, modify something, put it back together. Yeah, so let me just put them all back in this bag. We have like 2 zip ties and the obligatory obligatory big tree tag rubber duck. There's quite a bunch of these in the kit, so if you like rubber ducks, that's definitely the kit for you. Cool. Yeah, so these are like all the parts. We also have a couple of printed parts, of course. So the front of the stealth burner, I printed that in that marble white that also the other parts are. Um, it actually looks quite good. Like I really like it. The front, not sure how well it shows up on camera, but the first layer is like horizontal basically here, and turned out really nice. It's very even. Yeah, the marble looks amazing. I'm really happy with this one. So it's a Noble Fill ABS X marble. I'm a bit concerned because I heard that white ABS is like weaker than other colors of ABS, but let's figure it out if it goes wrong. Yeah, the marble is really nice. Then we have the inner workings, or like the Hotend part, which is like the version for the V6. So it kind of like goes together like that, I guess. Let's hope that fits. It's quite a bit of clamping force here, which I guess it needs, but quite a tight fit. Let's see how that goes together. Then we have the little like flap on the back, which goes somewhere like this. And we should have like a couple more parts. We have the shuttle. We have the main body of the extruder. Then we have the counterpart, which goes together like this. Is this? Yeah, this is also the extruder latch. And this should be extruder as well, I think. And I think these are, oh no, here's the lever I was looking for. What are you? You look like extruder part, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's just, oh, yeah, that's the second half of the eyelet here. Yeah, check. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh yeah, and this is the holder for the cable on the back. We are not installing the cable yet, so let's just leave it in your for now. Oh no, it's a lie. This one is the two together are the holder. Yeah, but let's leave them in. I think this one we already need to install, but the other one we can do later. Oh yeah, and before I forget, the little diffuser part with the Voron logo. Hi there, Steve. Welcome to part 6. So yeah, I think these are all the parts we need. And these are all the parts left that are printed. So it's really getting close to the end here. So I think a bunch of them we will need for electronics later in the stream. And there's not like tons of stuff left. Obviously, like I didn't print the skirts and all the like visual parts, panel clips and stuff like that. So there's more stuff to come, but I really want to print it on the machine itself. And I think some of the skirts, especially, they're also too big for the V0. So we definitely need to print them on the machine. Okay, so all the printed parts, all the parts, everything is organized, except for the screws, which I of course need. One bag here with all the screws, which is hiding from me. Okay, I guess we are ready. Let's just quickly jump in. So in the 2.4 manual, it just tells us do the self-burner, which is a separate manual. If you have a different toolhead, you might also want to do like a different manual now, of course. But yeah, let's just quickly walk through here. Like we built a couple of stealth burners already on the stream. So there should not be any surprises in here. So yeah, this is assembly, basically what I mentioned before. So we have the mount for your hot end, we have the extruder itself, and then this like front part here that you can basically attach and detach very easily. We're not gonna add the ADXL sensor because the toolhead board already has it built in. So that is quite easy for us. Yeah, let's start with the extruder. So we have two printed parts, which are these two. And we need some heat settling tools. I mentioned last time, like there are not a lot of heatset inserts used in the main 2.4 build. So it's quite sparingly used. Let's check. So, one goes here. Where's the second one? This one here. This looks a bit odd. Is this? Oh, it's just the perspective in the manual. I was a bit confused. It looked like a part that's like docked on top here, but it's just just on the other side. Oop, go on here. Oh, and I also added the mat again as a background because the camera had a bit of focusing issues last time, and I think it's because it was looking at the white table, and there's nothing really to focus sometimes, and then it's freaking out a bit. This one gets a bit more. Okay, and then there's one on the other side, which is here. So 3 heatset inserts in this part. Then we have the opposite side, which later goes on like this. And here we have 1, 2, 3. And oh, I kind of zoomed the manual now a bit. And the 2, this one and this one go below surface, and this one is flush with the surface. Let's just do the one that's flush first. And then this one goes under the surface. And this one too. Okay. So it's the main part of the extruder assembly. Oh, nope, not yet. We have 2 more. We have one here, and we have one here. Yeah, it's these 2. Oh, I remember this one is always a bit tricky. You have to be careful with the soldering iron. I'm not sure if this is straight. We might need to correct that later on a bit. And this one goes on the side here. And I think we missed one. I think there's one more here. Did we skip that? Oh yeah, we missed this one here. And we also missed the front. Okay, so this one goes here. And one goes here, and one goes here. Is that correct? Yeah. Awesome. Super straight. Don't have a good heatset insert mojo today. Eine hour lang. You like where my workbench is just like this like little cutting cutting sheet from Amazon. I think it's quite nice to have like a bit of like a white backdrop, like a backdrop, and not just a white surface. And it also helps with the camera focusing. Yeah, I think this one I messed up. I'm not sure if this should be like, because like slightly angled down, it's just like how it like pulled itself into the hole. I'm not quite sure if that's correct or whether this should be like straight. I think this is the mounting point of the. Speaking of mounting point, I'm not sure if there should have been like a small spacer for mounting the toolhead board. Might have missed to print that. I'm pretty sure this is where the toolhead board like mounts. Yeah, it's definitely like I think I missed a little bridge. I should go in like this here. And then you see there's like a lot of space between the board and the part, and there's like a little part that usually goes in there. Can you quickly double check? Oh, we also need the little part here for the extruder. No. Oh, there's also the diffuser. But I also don't recall printing that. Let's quickly check the parts. I might have messed up here, but then we caught it early enough that we can still print it again. Let's quickly check the. This is tab. We want the BTT 2209 GitHub because there we get the printed parts. At least there should be the printed parts. Oh, it's the big tree tech part doesn't have that? Are you sure, Steve? Because like I'm not quite sure how I would like fit that here. Like it doesn't touch at all. On the switch wire, I printed the Voron part. Like there's a huge gap. There must be something missing here. Yeah, I definitely need that, Hugo. I'm definitely a huge dino. I'm definitely. I just want to quickly check the is it SB 2240 or 9? It's not what I want. STL here. No, which one is it? Clip? No, cable clip is not. Cable cover. Cable cover for PCB. I mean, that's the big part I have. This is the main body, which looks like the one I have. This is the cable mounts. No, it's not in here. This is the connector. This is just like bridge. Add this. I used the standard Voron spacer, so they didn't include it here. Then that's exactly why I missed that, because I went through the parts here. Well, I have to quickly put filament in the V0. 1 second. Let me quickly get ready. The good thing is it's not a big part, so we can quickly print it, and by the time we need it, we have it. My printer has been giving me nothing but trouble lately. Wish I could get it running good again. So what's the problem? Or like, what's the trouble you are having? Always the same, or like just random stuff? I don't have space to put the printer on top, so we'll we have to keep it down here. That's also fine. Okay, so let's quickly check the part, download that, print that, and then so it's the stealth burner GitHub. And then we check for STLs. Should be in stealth burner. That's XL. No, it's in the Clockwork 2 most likely. PCB spacer here exactly. Yeah, this is this like tiny part I'm referring to. Let me quickly set it up. So here we go. Okay, that should be printing. It would have been nice for them to add the space, however, they have their modifications from what I can tell. Yeah, I think they only added their modifications here. And that's something I totally missed. Like, I mean, it kind of makes sense that they just have the parts they changed in all the parts. But still, like, bit confusing that you have to, like, look for different parts in different repositories. But I think then this should be the only part missing. But then also, like, this heat set insert is definitely not correct. Because this, like, I pressed it in and tilted itself down, and I was like, okay, if you want to go this way, seemingly you want this where you need to be. Let me just. That's the following. Because like it's pointed down, so let me grab a screw. Then we just heat it up, and I pulled it out a bit. Because it's only supposed to hold the PCB, it's not a big deal. I've just had a bunch of issues since installing a build touch. I think it's user error. I'm really considering just getting a Bamboo Lab type printer for ease of use. I'm on an Ender 3v2. But the build touch shouldn't influence too much on your printer. Like, this should be quite isolated. But yeah, like as soon as you start modding your printer, I mean, stuff can go wrong, of course, but it's also part of the fun. I mean, it's also the question, what do you want, right? I mean, you can for me, it's like the modding part is fun, but sometimes I also just really want like just machine that works, right? Like for example, like when we worked on the V0 a lot, like sometimes it was just broken because like we did something and it did not work out. This is fixed, by the way, so I'll just use the soldering iron to heat it up, and then use the screw to like rectify the position. I have no clue where I got the screw from now. But yeah, so sometimes it's just nice to have a machine where you send a printer up and it just works, and you don't have to do anything. I think for me the trick is to have more than one printer. So I only work on one machine, and the other machine is like in a known good state. And it's like always like you have this like workhorse, but you also have your little fun fun printer. Yeah, I spent too much more time troubleshooting the printer, but I can definitely see the pros and cons for either. Yeah, I mean, you can also Just have two. Like I think that's just the best solution. For me, when I got the V0 was my second printer. I also had the Ender 3, and then the V0 was my second printer. And then for me, it was just important to have like two printers with different capabilities that they kind of like. It's not like that you have two times the same machine basically, but like that they can do different things. So for the V0, for example, like it's amazing for prototyping if I create my own parts. But it's also like it can print ABS very well. And the Ender slash now it's the switch wire because we converted that. It's like better for big parts. And like if I have like larger PLA parts, it's like an amazing machine for that because it just really rips through the parts with the 0.6 millimeter nozzle. And then the V0 does all the small, small stuff in ABS. But yeah, like the Ender is also, I mean, do you still run Marlin or did you move the Ender 3 to Clipper? Because especially with Marlin, I think it's like really difficult to make modifications. Okay, then we have the heat inserts. Then we are on the next part, which is this arm. For us, this arm looks different because we have later on this the canvas cable here and not the normal cable drag chain. So the parts you see in the manual, they are for the IGUS and the generic cable chains, but we don't have cable chains. So this part looks a little bit different. So for us, this means there's one heatsink insert here and one here, and that is it. I think it would be the best route for me also. I changed to Clipper, but yeah, I won't keep you from a project. Well, not you're not keeping me from my project. Um, no, but like just maybe look at I mean Sovol has the Sovol Zero they brought out recently. Like that's a really cool machine, I think. Which you can technically, if you really want to, you can mod it, but it's working like well as out of the box. And I think it's not super expensive. And then there's also the oh what's the brand? Elegoo. I I forgot the name of the machine, but like the new Elegoo, which is like $400 or something. It's like a full-fledged Core XY machine. It's also like very interesting. I think these are like maybe nice options to just have like keep it as is. But if you in the future want to mod it or something, like you have still the option. That's the only thing I really don't like about Bamboo Lab. Like you don't know in which direction they go. And already as the machines are at the moment, you can't really mod the machines. So you don't even have the option, and that's something I really don't like. Okay, that's the little shuttle. And then we have the arm, where we have one here. Centauri, exactly. Yeah, Centauri. I think the reviews on this one were also really good. Or like not really good, like it's a cheap machine in the end, but good for what it is. I feel like I'm missing here, the counterpart of this. Just to make sure this fits. Yeah, that fits, but if I push them out together, it will be together. So, that's next step. Oh, interesting. They have this as an accent part, as accent color. This is quite a stiff fit for me. We had that before that I had like fitting issues. And I printed all the parts, of course, in one go. Seemingly I have to check the flow or something again. Let me see. Let's just work a tiny bit on that. Let's make sure everything is nice and flush. Here we go. That was all it took. Maybe there was like some corner that wasn't nice. I still like a little bit. There's a tiny gap here. Let me see if I can. Make this also fit a bit better. Yeah, now it's straight. Okay. Centauri carbon, yeah. When I realized I couldn't make my own AMS for Bamboo Lab, simply I was about a bit turned off. So also like DIY modding aspect, yeah, exactly. But it's not only the AMS, right? Like it's also like they start limiting like the slicers because you can only, at least on the X1 now, you can only print like files from Bamboo Lab or that you send via their upload utility. Satisfying click, yeah, like this like is very nice together now. Like it's also like there's no gap anymore. Seriously, it was just like a couple of like corners where like it was a bit too much. I'm not sure. But yeah, I definitely have it on my to-do list to tune that machine a little bit more. I just printed it because like so far all the parts fit all the time. So okay, let's put these parts in here, then we don't lose anything. So we have two of these like bearings here. With these, do we need to lubricate them? Yes, we need to lubricate them. So let me quickly grab a little bit of the lubrication I have. I also don't have kitchen towel. I really need to like put some kitchen towel here. Let me quickly grab a little bit. 1 second. Here we go. So let's just add a tiny bit here. And then we can just roll them in the grease. I can just put them in here. And that's really all it needs. Like you don't need like tons of lubrication in here. And then we clip this in here. And we also missed the screw in the last step. Yes, we missed the screw in the last step. Let me quickly check if the printer is printing well. Yep. The part is like, because I looked at it from the top, like the part is so small that I don't see anything. I just see the print head. See here, it's printing okay. I mean, you don't see it, but very small part will be done in like no time. Cool. Then this is done. No, we don't have the screw yet. We need M3 by 16. Let me quickly look for the M3x16 bag. Here it is. I don't know. Just realized my V2 is almost 1,000 hours on it. I think it's time to reprint some parts and rebuild. I put all the parts on the Neptune 3 in a carport enclosure. Well, time to reprint. My V0 also has approaching 1,000 hours. And I also noticed that some of the parts had like issues or started to have issues. We also like recently worked on that and replaced a couple of parts. Helped me build V0, Switchwire, and a Trident. Very nice. Yeah, perfect. This is flush, spins freely. Oh, forgot to switch the camera back. So, and this is also done. It's like always a bit funny, like in all the manuals they say mind the orientation, but I really wonder how you can, like it's close to impossible to like swap the like orientation of this part, because like here it's like much wider than up here. I'm really curious that they like make sure that you really like put it in the right way. Okay, so then we need the thumb screw spring and this little washer here. If the washer wants to come out. So this goes in here, and then we connect the shuttle. And that's it. First assembly. Very small. Okay, then we have two bearings. So one of them goes in here. Let me quickly actually check the part we printed. So this should go here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what we need. It still fits. I was a bit concerned because like the gap here is quite large, but it's actually like it's taller than I remembered. So this is perfect. Okay. Bearing. So let's put this here. Do I have something to press this in? Let's just use. Yep, not flush. Let me quickly look for something else. I don't have anything flat. Where is that? Okay. Yep. There it is. Nice and flush. Hi there, Iconic Fab. Welcome. So, yeah, then the counterpart goes in here. It went in with a very satisfying snap. And this also fits. Like with it was the Physact one. We tried to use it on the V0, but it's a bit different part. The crown or like the gear here, it was like too wide to fit in here properly. So I just want to quickly make sure this fits, but this works nicely. So then there needs to be like a F3 F3 M3 flat pads with 6 millimeters, which is this back here. And this is just to adjust the tension, or like not the tension, but like the how much tension you can put on the filament. I never had to touch that, to be honest. But I think if you print flexibles, it's quite important. But it's not something I do regularly, so. Oh, and thread lock. How could I miss that? Clockwork 2, yes, Clockwork 2 for now. So in the initial one, initial build, I just wanted to build the machine kind of like as it's intended, or like the kit as it's intended. So let's just do this flush. So yeah, in the beginning will be Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2, but then I'm considering swapping the Stealth Burner with like some other toolhead, and then of course the Extruder will also change. But for the first run, I think it's totally fine, and just like getting it to work first. Drive assembly, yeah, this doesn't apply to us because we have one of the pressed gears, which is the newer style. So before the pressed on gears, you had the ones how it's shown in the manual with the little set screw. The benefit of these is that they are perfectly centered. So if you have the gear that you slide on and then use a set screw to tighten, the tightening of the screw basically pushes the gear ever so slightly off the center axis. And that basically, so it's basically like not running like perfectly circular. And then you have like under and over extrusions in certain parts of the print, depending on the rotation position of the part. So basically with the pressed on, this is not a problem. So these are better. I bought a Galileo kit. Can't wait to install it into my 2.4. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely it's on my list. But also like I still want to convert this into a tool changer eventually. So I still have to then make the decision what tool head I want to go with, and cost is then also like a bit of a consideration because if I have like 3 or 4 tool heads, I kind of want to go with 3 for now. Like if you have to buy 3 Galileo kits, it's like adding a lot of cost compared to like having like a simple printed extruder. So it's like, yeah, it's a bit of consideration, but I'm most likely not gonna use the stealth burner um, for the tool changer mod then. Okay, then we need M3 by 25? 25. I actually have one here. Oh yeah, I randomly picked the screw before, and one was M3 by 25. So we need 2 of these. And they go in from the other side. One is here. And the second one's on the bottom. Yeah, Galileo are great. I also heard like a lot of positive things about them. I also built, it was just for testing. I didn't try it out actually in a print, but I built pocket watch. Also like quite a cool design. Um, I'm sure this is spinning freely. I was like tightening this here a bit more, and then the gear here didn't spin anymore properly. Interesting. Okay. Let's not tighten this too much. Oh yeah, it also says don't over tighten. If you can read the manual. Um, yes, filament. We need some filament. Luckily, I just have some filament here. So let me just steal a bit of the filament we just used to print the little part and feed that in here. And as you can see, it runs smoothly. Or like almost like you need a bit of pressure, but yeah, it runs nicely. Um, don't tighten the top one, latch will stick. Yeah, exactly, Steve. I noticed as well. I really want to switch to Toolhead with built-in USB port, so I don't have to run two USB cables in the umbilical. Yeah, but it's more like the Toolhead board then, right? I think somebody mentioned at some point that LDO will have like a new Nighthawk with like a USB out. But yeah, it's super annoying with the USB. That's one of the main reasons why I don't like USB toolheads or like USB stuff in general, because you have to run multiple cables for different things. But yeah, if you have a camera, for example, like I don't think you get around having two cables or like a USB hub. I think they're like really, really small USB hubs on AliExpress. Not sure if that's like the option. I think as soon as you have like a USB plug, it's like too big. Yeah, so this is fine. We also have a bit of clearance here between the gear and the printer part. So that's all fine. Alignment is also fine from what I can feel. Yeah, it's also fine. This runs very smooth. There's not a lot of clearance here. Like there's definitely not a lot. I mean, maybe just oops, also loosen this one a bit. It doesn't do anything for clearance. But yeah, this one here, basically later there will be the latch in between, what Steve mentioned. So if you do put this too tight, the latch will not open properly. But that's something you can really easily adjust later, like when everything is together. So not worrying too much about it yet. Okay, but speaking of latch, that is now what we insert. So this goes in here. And then we need like another M3 by 25, which, smart as I am, I already put away. We will need a couple of them. Um, I like the concept behind self-burner, but at the end of the day, it's too clunky. Yeah, I think it's like, it's nice. Nice that it is so big in a certain sense, because it makes it really easy to maintain. Like if you make it more compact, I mean, yeah, it's more compact and it's lighter, but it also makes it usually a bit heavier or like harder to maintain. So I'm not too unhappy with it in general. Like on Switchfire, I also have the stealth burner, and it works great. Like it's doing its job. It's whenever I had issues with something on the tool head, it was very easy to take apart, fix whatever I need to fix, and put it back together. And it looks quite cool still. It's a bit old school by now, but it still looks really good, I think. Um, how's the build going? I'm only a little bit ahead now. Well, so far quite good. I think like we didn't hit any big issues so far. So I'm happy with the build so far. Didn't BTT say they are about doing the EBB36 USB with extra USB port? I think I've seen it on a trade show in China. I'm not quite sure. Like I didn't hear about BTT, Steve, but I know LDO said something, or like I heard somebody say something about LDO. But I think they're all on that because like a lot of people want that. like if there would be like a nice USB tool head with a USB out, I mean, that would be like a really, really good option for me as well for future projects. I like the fully enclosed design. It's a great starting point. Yeah, exactly. Like I think it's a good, very good baseline, and then like everyone kind of has their own needs in a certain sense for what the tool head needs to do for them, and then you can specialize in a certain direction. Like somebody at some point mentioned this looks like a dolphin, like with the eye and the tail, and since then, like I always see a dolphin. Little flipper. It's also M3 by 25. Nope, is this? I don't think this is aligned. No, it's somewhat aligned. Here we go. But yeah, I think the South one is like a good starting point. It's like an all-rounder. Like it doesn't do anything particularly good, but it's not bad at anything. Make sure we can close this. This doesn't snap into place. Why does it not snap into place? It's definitely not this being too tight. I mean, it does snap, but it's quite a quite a tough snap. Also, I think like the parts are ever so slightly over extruded, like really not a lot. Yeah. I don't mind it being a little bit more of a hard snap, to be honest, because then at least it stays closed. So yeah, I think it's fine for now. And this will wear or work itself in after a while. It's not running nice. So that's something we need to check. Might be a stupid thought, but could filaments that are abrasive ruin this part of extruder, or would it be use a Bowden tube to prevent? Well, you will always have a Bowden tube on both ends of the extruder, right? So basically, I mean, it's a bit hard to show now, but on the bottom we will have a Bowden tube that will basically connect the two halves. I mean, it will be really short, but it basically goes into the tool Hotend here. So there will be Bowden tube here, and on top there should also be a Bowden tube coming in. So I think it's generally fine. Like there might be a bit of contact just above the gears, but I don't think this would be like a big deal. But let's quickly figure out when it's closed, I can't really turn the gear smoothly anymore. I will say if you leave the South button with the EBB 2040, I definitely suggest a cable cover with a fan for cooling. Yeah, that's something like, I'm not sure if I go for the fan option, to be honest. But I already mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I will place an extra heatsink on top of the chip. 320 hours printing ABS and close, still not burned, but I see 90 plus on the EBB and CU. Oh, that's quite a lot. Yeah, like I'll have to see how it goes. And I will just, yeah, observe the temperatures. But yeah, it's on my list basically for things to check. So I'm not quite sure where it like starts rubbing. I'm not quite sure if I put the screw, like there's still like M6 screw, six M3 screw in here. Can I get to that? Yeah, I can, but I need to. I'm not sure if I put it too far in. Maybe I put it too far in. It's like too much pressure now on the gear. Yeah, that was it. I put the little there's this like M3 screw. Where is it placed? Was that far on top or did I miss it now? Yeah, I think I missed it. What was shown here? Ah, here. So there's this like screw here, this one, and I think I put it in too far, and then there was like too much pressure on the gears. So now if I put it together, this works well. It has a bit of a gear sound. I'm not quite sure if the gear touches the plastic anywhere. Yeah, should be fine. Sounds good to me. Hi Dom, welcome. Okay, so this is the extruder. Like this is still like very tough. Let me actually try it. And it's something I might revisit in the future. But yeah, it's like really easy to swap like parts like that also later on when you have it like fully assembled. Yeah, this is really tough to close. Let's quickly take this out. Let's do two things. Firstly, let's just make sure this is nice and flat. And I'll also take off a bit here. Just to make sure this works nicely. That's really tough. I'm not quite sure what's wrong here. Clockwork 2 needs a lot of tension, no slip. Yeah. Well, tension I have. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm not gonna touch it anymore. Let's just leave it like this. I think this is functional for now. Then let's just see. I think like if you do this a couple of times, like it wears in, and it should be fine. Okay. Oh yeah, this screw we already adjusted. The anti-squish thingy magic. So this is fine. And then we have one last screw here, which is an M3 by 30. Which I also already had in my hand. I wonder if it's that small insert that's on the angle. No, this one is here. That's this one. But it should be fine. This insert is only for the PCB, so this is only for the PCB. Like, not worried. So this is basically. Now we also have the next to each other. So this is like that. And then the PCB sits on top of this little like bracket here. This should be fine. Or actually, it's the other way around, like this. Yes. So we mount the motor. Exciting times. Let me think. So the cable, I think, should go down. That's at least what I see in the manual. Well, the manual doesn't show the cable. Because I think on the switch wire, what we did is we have the cable up, and then we run it around and plug it in. Is that long enough, though? It's like the Toolhead board will be here, so I wonder what orientation is best. I think it's cable down is better. And then we can plug it in like this and just have to like stow the cable a bit behind. But I think for this orientation, I mean, it would also work. Yeah, let's go with the downward orientation. Out of curiosity, have you ever been or seen Van Heeswijk Castle? No, I did not. It's the first time I hear about it. This is something I should have been to. My cable is down. Yeah, I think on the switch wire I have it up, but the cable on the motor on the switch wire is a bit longer. So basically, what I do is like I have it up, and then like it goes around the motor and plugs in, and that's like the perfect length. But this one is definitely shorter, so this is the orientation we need. Um, then we have an M3 and an M3 washer. M3 by 8. And where are the little washers? M5. So always, if you look for like one piece, there's like so much different hardware that you can't really organize it because you need always like different things. I think if you would like do it properly, so to say, you would need to like when you start like a new manual section, go through it first, like look for all the hardware you need and like take out all the hardware for the section. I think that's the best approach. Okay. Ah, shit. It was in. Here you go. Okay. So they're not tight yet. So we can still slide the motor a bit. And we want to adjust that in a way that if I wiggle this gear here, I want to have a little bit of play. Like not a lot, just a little bit. So like if I put it all the way up, like now it's not meshing at all. So that's definitely not a good position. But if I have it too much, so now I have like a lot of wiggle here. And that wiggle is basically if you like retract, the gear has like backlash. That's the term. So basically, like when it changes direction, it first like moves the gear without, or like the motor moves without actually moving the gear. And you want a bit of that. Otherwise, you have a lot of wear on your gears. But you don't want too much, because if you have too much, you have imprecision in your extrusion. So it's just a bit of like first playing around with like how much do you tighten the screws. I know accidentally just did it quite good, because you want the screws to be so tight that the motor doesn't freely move, but also like loose enough that you can move it easily. So here now I have like the tiniest bit of like wiggle. And this is kind of like what you want. Just like tiny bit of wiggle, not too much. Just tighten this. And then after you tighten it, just double check that you still have your desired backlash. I believe it's in museums now. My Opa told me about it. Family history, as my last name is Van Helsing. Ah, I see. So your ancestors built that and lived there. It's like I feel like a lot of Dutch people, have like old nobility titles. Like, it's way more common in Netherlands than Germany. Like Germany is like quite rare to have like a fun title basically, but in Dutch it's like fun is like every second person. I feel like. um, I like the backlash explanation. Thank you. Yeah, it's really just like you want a little bit, because you don't want like you want a bit of that space between the gears, but like not too much. And you actually like if you have too much backlash, like we had it in the Discord. Somebody was, I think Neo, it was you, right? Who said that they have clicking sounds from the extruder. And that's usually if you have like clicking sounds when you have retraction, that means the backlash is too large, because then you hear like how the gear basically like hits, like it hits the like if you move this direction, then you change, like it really hits the other side, and then you hear click, 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 and it's like the clicking sound. And that means you have too much backlash in your extruder. Okay, but this looks quite solid to me. Like this is still like really stiff to open. But I think like if we do this a couple of times, it should get better. If I keep having problems, I think I will like file away a little bit more of the dolphin nose. Oh no, it's a dolphin tail. And worst case, you can reprint this part and like throw it in like with no problem. Like it's really easy because it's just like one screw, and it's really easy to access. That's like what I really like about the self-burner. Like if you have a problem like this, you have to swap part or like change something. Like most of the times, you don't even have to like fully like remove it from the printer. You can just like in this case, you would just take off the front, remove the screw, change it, put the screw back in, problem solved. Okay, let's park this for now. Yeah, this was the entire backlash thingy. We went through that. And then, oh yeah, there's on the back, we have this bridge. And again, like mine looks a bit different. Need again different screw. Oh, I have the M3x50, we'll need it in a second. We have M316. And 320, here we go. So this is like M320. I feel like this is a different part a little bit. Yeah, this is definitely not 20. Like in the manual, the screw hole starts here, not here. So I think this is looks to me more like a M3 by 8, to be honest. And it is a M3 by 8. Yeah. So it's two M3 by 8, not M3 by 20. So this part is different because we don't have the drag chain. We have the umbilical with the CAN bus cable. I do need a Allen key for this one. I think this heat soot insert is not not super straight. Yeah, good enough for this part. Perfect. So it's like this motor is a bit like more pancake shaped than other motors, because I think on the switch wire it goes like all the way to the bracket here. How long ago did you get into 3D printing? That's a good question. So I originally, so I learned 3D printing at my old company. That must have been maybe 2018, something like that. Like, don't quote me on that, but around 2018, I think. We had like an Ultimaker in the office, and that was the first printer I ever used. The Ultimaker was actually pretty cool. Like the new Bamboo, you know, like it has the dual nozzle where like it has like one nozzle and it shoots it down a bit, and then like it has the pulls it up and put the other down. The Ultimaker had exactly the same setup, and that was actually quite cool. Like it was a very nice machine to start learning. Um, so we open the latch, and then there's the M316 that we poke through. Yeah. Do we have the 16? No, we have every other M3, but not 16 yet. Oh, I have these like little like color things here, like heat shrink, to help me like quickly pick the right driver. But the green one always slips off. It's like super annoying. I have to glue it or something. Okay, so before this peeks out, um, we grab the cover. And now we have a little cover. Oh God, yeah, this is way too stiff. Cool. I'm not quite sure about the color scheme yet. I think maybe I should have done this also in black. Or the front part, I think this one should have been white. I think this should have been white because now we have like this black strip. I mean, it has a style. I think it would have been nicer if this one would have been white and this one also should have been white. I kind of like messed this one up. Looks pretty sleek. Yeah. I mean, it's a panda look for sure. But this one needs to go in a tiny bit more. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely look. And the black strip is kind of cool, to be honest. Yeah. Let's see how it looks when everything is together. Okay. Yeah, and then there's this little screw here. I'm not putting this in yet because it most likely will just fall out. But there's a small screw here to hold it shut. But let's first put all this stuff inside before we put it here. And then I forgot who, but somebody pointed out that this one we can replace with a cover with a very, very tiny fan that would later cool the board that sits in here. Which actually will be quite, not putting it in, but it will be like a bit of like a, puzzle to fit that. Port wipes, mini GLaDOS, fair. No, but I really like the marble white. I really like. That's like I'm very happy with that choice. So yeah, let's move to the bottom part. Kind of like preliminary put it together. And we already noticed this will be like quite a tight fit. So there are like a lot of these two parts. There are like millions of variations. Depending on what hotend you want, like there's a variation for you that fits. Like the kit comes with the V6 hotend, so that's why we have the V6 style here, where it just clamps in between. But then yeah, depending on what kind of hotend you have, um, it's different. So let's just put this together. So 4 heatsink inserts here. I think my soldering iron went into standby. Let's give this a second to heat up. Seems insane something 3D printed can hold a hotend. Why? I mean, like nothing gets hot directly here, right? I mean, if you look where it connects, no, these two we actually we don't need these two. We don't need them. Therefore, the ADXL. So if you look where it connects, like it only really touches along the cold side. So the hot side here, like this orange part basically gets hot, right? It doesn't touch anything. And air is quite a good insulator, so it doesn't get too hot at all. Plus there's the fans cooling most of the time. It's fine. Like it really like only touches the heatsink. The heatsink is not getting warm because you have the fan from the front. So this is fine. And don't print it from PLA and expect it to work. But if you have like ABS, not a problem. There's so many like printed tool heads. The only thing I really don't like about the V6, like it always rotates in all directions. Okay, so yeah, this is like for the Revo, which is like the recommended hotend, I guess. But yeah, we have the V6 here, so we can kind of like skip over that and go to the part where I put it together. I'm not sure if we also have M3 by 16. I assume that's the same. Yeah, it looks like that's the same. So let's just put them in here. Oh, I see. I just assumed that the whole thing got pretty hot because it looks like it's radiating heat out. Yeah, well, it does radiate the heat out. That's exactly like the the point of that part. So the bottom part gets, I mean, this is like, oh, right. We should have put some stuff in there. I was like, oh, we don't have a Revo. We don't need to do anything of that. But we have one of the parts. So basically, oh, I mean, we're gonna put it together now anyways. So all the hot ends are kind of the same, like they look a bit different, but the concept is always the same. So you have the heater block on the bottom, and the heater block always contains two parts. So one part it contains it's the thermal stuff, or like the thermometer is I think the proper word. So the thermometer obviously measures how hot it is. This goes here in this block. Let me quickly fix that. Is that the right? I'm not sure if I'm screwing or if this is not. No, this is too small. It's this one. Okay, so this is the thermometer, and then the second part that goes in here. And I'm not sure if I have it now on the right side, to be honest. I think I got lucky. Did I get lucky? No, I got unlucky. It needs to go on the other side. So I think it needs to be this way in. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, so the thermometer goes in here, and then you have the heater cartridge. And they are kind of all the same. So there are different thermometers and different heater cartridges. This one, I'm not quite sure how much. This is 70 watts, so this is quite a strong one. Sometimes you also get like thermal paste with it that you can like put inside the this connection area here. Let me not. I try not to have it out too much on either side. If you ask me, this one is a bit too big for this heat block. But yeah, this is kind of like what you have in here. So the heater cartridge obviously heats everything up. Then you have the thermometer that or thermistor that like picks up the temperature and then allows the printer to regulate like this the heater basically is on or off, like it's full power or it's not at all. So the printer turns on and off very quickly, and then it can like regulate the temperature with that basically, depending on how long it's on and how long it's off. And then you have like, so this entire block gets really hot. And then you have here the little part in between the block and the heat, like right here between. This is called the heat break. Usually that's made from like from a metal that's very bad at conducting heat. So the goal is basically to have the bottom part very hot and the top part very cold. And good hot ends are very good at separating the temperatures. The reason is if the top part gets hot, your filament starts melting in the top part, but you really don't want it to do that because if the filament melts in the top part, you will get a clog. The filament should only be molten in this very bottom part here. So it's very important to keep the top cool. And that's also why if you put it in here, the fan from the front directly blows onto this heatsink. So the goal is really to keep this one as cool as possible so that the filament doesn't prematurely melt basically before it's really pushed into the melt zone on the bottom. Yeah, so that's hot ends, and they all work the same. The shape is different, but the principle is always the same. Let me see if I can. Maybe it's best to start putting it in here because then we can like align the cables here a bit. Yeah, I think. Should just make sure we don't pinch the cables anywhere. Not that that ever happened to me before. Oh, this is also like a very weird sock. And then you usually have like all heatsinks usually have these silicone socks to isolate the heat block a bit to keep the heat more in. But now realize you can snip these parts, but like I can't put it on right now. Yeah, let's snip that. Let me first screw that in that we don't lose that. Because now everything is very nice in place. And the cables are fine. Okay, so the problem is like the cables obviously come out here, but there's this like bridge on top, so I can't really put the sock over it now. So let's just remove the bridge. Now it's open, and then you can just put it over. Okay, that's that. Hi there, Raven Keeper. Welcome to my stealth burner build. So, I do appreciate you. Welcome. You are welcome. Okay, so the only thing, I'm not sure. I think we need to remove this coupling here because I don't think there's space for that. Yeah, definitely. I always struggle to put these two parts together without it being like fully installed. Um, but I think it should go, does it go behind or in front? I'm never sure. Oh wait, I'm stupid. It goes like this. Here, now it's aligned. So I think, okay, try again with the right orientation. So I think it's something like that, I guess. Okay, let's quickly continue building. I'm not quite sure if we need to remove this top part. Technically, I don't think we need it. Oh, by the way, it's very nice. You can, I'm not sure if you can see that, but if I look through here, I see like a little little hole on the other side with the nozzle. I never looked through a Hotend. Um, uh, Hi there, King Just Chef Games. So you're also building Formbot kit. Well, what's your experience so far with the kit? Like so far, I like it. Like I didn't encounter any big issues so far. How about we just do this? Okay, so we can leave this this little black cap on here. That was my concern. So we can push in quite a long way. Is this an all metal hot end, or is this not? Huh. This is not an all metal hot end. That's a shame. So the V6, I think there are like different versions. There's all metal versions and there are non-all metal versions. And this one definitely is not an all metal version because like it goes, the bone tube goes really deep in. But if you leave this little clip here, we also need to leave this in place. Hmm. Mixed feelings about that. Mixed feelings. We need to figure out quickly the length. It didn't mention the bone tube yet. So yeah, this is different for us. Here we go, PDV tube. So this should be 1.1 or like 11 millimeters from the. So it should be like this. It's a bit stupid because like we know it's not flush here, so it's a bit hard to measure. Let me grab a knife. So especially because this is not an all metal hotend. So with the all metal hotend, it's a little bit less important. But with a Bowden hotend like this, the cut needs to be super straight on the bottom. So I use the factory cut, like the one that comes from the factory, for the bottom. So this is the one I don't want to touch. Um, I don't like this because that means it's not pushed all the way in. If I now add the clip, right, there should be a gap on the bottom between the nozzle. I don't like this hot end. I think like if I would buy the kit again, I would definitely order like a new hot end right away. Yeah, let's just have it like this and push it down. Like I don't use this clip. And then we need 11 millimeters. So this needs to be like a little bit of like an eyeball situation, I fear, because we can't really measure directly. Oh, we can do that. Yeah, let's do that. So I will just use a marker to quickly mark the position. So that's the position. And I'm quickly gonna cut it here on the edge. I'm not sure if you can see that. Yep, I can show you. So this one needs to be straight, but doesn't need to be super straight. There are cutters you can use for that, and there are also jigs you can print. But the side of the extruder is not as important as the side on the hot end. Let me quickly double check that this is like the right length. It seems good. And sharp knife really helps. But yeah, there are jigs you can print, which make that a lot easier. If I would have been smart, I would have printed one of these. But that should also work. Another thing that I usually do, um, I have one of these chamfering, like for screws to sink into, and I just use that and chamfer the top a bit on the inside. The benefit of doing that is that like when you feed the filament in, it's a bit easier because it doesn't have like an edge here, but like a chamfer basically will guide the filament in a bit. Yes, that's fine. I mean, now there's a bit of play here, of course, because we don't have that that clip. But if we push it then down, I think it's fine. It will compress it a bit. will make for a good seal, hopefully. But yeah, I'm a bit disappointed this is not an all metal V6. Like with the all metal V6, I could have arranged myself a bit better, but this one is like definitely like on the way out. Could retraction cause any problems without the clip? No, because like on top it's like also so it can't go up because like on the other side it's also the Bowden is basically limited in the movement on top, so it can't pull out. Later, when these parts are connected, you can't wiggle the Bowden anymore because it's connected on top and on the bottom. So it should be fine. It's just like if I, if I put now the clip in, right? Like now the Bowden is like as far in as it can go. But if I now have to put the clip in, I pull it out a bit. And I don't think I can push it in further. Oh, I can push it in further. Ah, okay, check. Yeah, that was not super smart on my end. You can actually pull the black part out and push at the same time, and then like you don't have this wiggle. But I think now I cut it a tad too short. Oh no, it's still good. Yeah, perfect. So what you need to do is, let me just get it out here. So when you push it in, push it all the way down, and then just use your fingernails or something to like hold it up, and then you can push it still in, but you can't pull, but you can still push. And now I think we can use the clip as well. Like it doesn't do anything because now it doesn't wiggle anymore, but let's just use the clip as well. So just make sure to really push it. Yeah, okay. I believe Steve Bills has a 60-degree bit on his Amazon list that works as well. Oh, you mean to chamfer it on top? Yeah, I think this is like pretty much what this is. I'm not sure if it's 60, but yeah, this is what I usually use. I don't know, like I got it for woodworking at some point, but I always use it for these kind of things. It works quite well. Like it's like a very, it's not a perfect chamfer, but it doesn't need to be, right? Like it's just about like having like a little bit of like a slope, basically, that the filament has an easier time. Like if I put it here on the edge, like it just slips in without issues. Okay, but then this part is done. Also PTV tube, and now we have the clip. So just make sure to really push it in there. Because if you don't have it all the way down, with this specific hot end, you will have clogs. Like the PTV tube really needs to. So inside that, basically the nozzle goes somewhere here. It's quite a long nozzle, and then the Bowden tube really needs to be like this with the nozzle. Okay, yeah, that's last section of the stealth burner, the front. So we have a couple of bridges here we need to remove. So let me actually use a knife for that. So we have it here on top. Then we have it here on the bottom. Oh, okay. Let's not use a knife. That was a bit stupid. Like the top one worked well with a knife, but let's use. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3. And it's just basically to put the cables through. And then we have the LDs. And they come in a triangle. The first one basically goes to the center that illuminates the Voron logo. And then we have the two on the bottom basically. We have them pre-soldered, which is like very nice. Makes it quite easy. So Let's go check in. Is the first one? Yeah, the first one here goes to Voron low. And then we have these like three parts. So the first one holds the LED like this. And then we have the diffuser and this like holder. And it has an orientation to it. I'm not sure if this is all the way in, but I think it is. And yeah, then we start on the bottom. Nope. Doesn't want to go in. There we go. It's not quite the orientation I want it to be in. Let's see if I can. It's a bit tilted. There's a bit of like stuff in the corner. Let's try again. I think it's also fine. It doesn't need to be like all the way in the corner. Here we go. So it's like a little bit like twisted, but should be fine. Then we have to put the cables in here, which is always super fun. Here we go. That's the second one. Need to be a bit careful here with this bridge. This is the one I damaged a bit. And yeah, so we now need to insert this one. There's orientation to that. I always get it wrong. It has like a chamfered corner here and a sharp like 90-degree corner here, and the 90-degree corner needs to be here basically when you insert. And then it should just fall in place. Let's hope this fits on top. I think it does not. One second, let me need to check that this is. I guess the black part now is in. Let's see. Because the diffuser part, like, it stands out a tiny bit, and I think that's what's causing the problem right now. Yeah, it should not be that tough. Let's see. Let me... I'd have 2.4, once you're done, you need to get a box turtle and you have a hell of a setup. I'm not gonna get a box turtle because this one is supposed to be a tool changer. So I'm going a slightly different route, but yeah, it will be multi-material. But maybe this is where we failed. It shouldn't be that hard because like if I now push in, I don't think I will get it ever out again. I'm also not sure if it's the diffuser that causes the issue or if it's something else. Let me try to get this out again. So can I push it in? Yeah, so without the diffuser, I get it in. So it's definitely the diffuser. So the problem is like the diffuser stands out like a hair. Um, so most like doesn't quite sit in the black part. This transparent material is patchy. And I don't think it's like super well tuned in. Let's give this like a bit of a sanding like all around. I remember I struggled with the same part with the switch wire as well. Not sure if this now sits lower or not. You know what? There was some sanding paper in here, right? I wasn't sure why they gave me sanding paper, but now I know. Need to be a bit more. I still haven't ordered the grease. I have two options, EP2 with graphite or WR2. Which one would be better for linear rails? I have no clue on. Um, I think EP2 is the generally recommended one. But that's not something I know. I would just say don't overthink it. Go with one and try it out. Right? Worst case it doesn't work. You have to replace it. And it's still not 100% flush here. Like it's still like there's a little bit of lip. Almost. I think I could push it in now, but then it would have a lot of friction. Let me do a little bit more, because I kind of want to be able to take this apart again at some point. I think the problem is like the Voron logo details here, they don't fully seat into the black part. Yeah, so let's also maybe give this part like a very light sand. I'm not gonna get this out again. But it's in. On the positive side, you can say like it will not introduce any vibrations from being too loose. Okay. Oh. And that's put the cables through here. And then they are ready to be plugged in. Okay, that was a bit of a fight. There's some more support structure here. Okay, then the fan. Here we go. We need to pay attention with the orientation. So I mean, usually it should be with the cable up here, then go the cable completely around, but this is such a short cable. Yeah, the wire should be exiting on the top. But I don't think we can route the cable around it. Like, I think this is only like this cable path here, basically. This is as much cable as we have. Let's quickly check with the board. Where do we need to have those cables? Hi there, Zakari. Welcome. And also hi there, Pontemore. Just finished mine. Did you also have the Formbot kit or like another kit? Okay, so this one is going to be here. And then, okay, could we plug this in just for demonstration purposes? And then this wire just goes on above. Like, doesn't matter which one we take. So you can just use this one. Technically, we can also just go up here. Okay, so let's have to find it in this orientation with the cable exiting directly here. This should be fine. So we put it in like this. Let's try to keep the cable in the little guide rail here. And now the tricky part is like to convince all the cables to be in here. Oh, sorry, you see only my hair. To be in here and to stay here. Okay. Trying to push them here really in. It was like the other part will like dock more or less directly onto it. So just make sure that like the cables are all the way tucked in here on top, and nothing stays out. But yeah, like this is a bit odd. Like I mean everything works, right? Technically the cables can enter on or exit on all directions because here's a bit of space, here's a bit of space, there's space. What I saw before and also did in my switchwire build, for example, like I had the cable coming out here, then go all the way around, go through here, 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 and then so you basically wrap it around the fan. I mean, this works as well, and you don't have to fiddle the cables around here. So I guess that's good. Um, will graphite and grease cause any problems? I don't know. I have no clue. I assume graphite is like a positive additive. I have no clue. Something you need to check with the Voron Discord or something like that. Potentially somebody, or pretty sure somebody there knows that. Schönen Abend zusammen. Ja, dir auch schönen Abend. It should fit on the PCB. If it fits over the upper fan. Yeah, I think this should be fine. Like the fan here is also, that's not a problem. We do have to dehouse that one though. Exactly. So this one is destructive. So we have to let's do it like this with a knife. Remove that. Here we go. So, and now the fun part is basically we need to remove the tabs. I really hate the sound from cutting these these fan housings. And off it goes. That was a bit more than I anticipated, but should be fun. Accidentally took off like a bit of the back here. Just make sure this is nice and round. But yeah, this is a one-way street for this fan. So nope, I have to put the camera forward again. Now, will it fit? I think there's still a bit here. It does not want to fit. Here we go. So then that is all the fans and electronics. The only thing that's left is the PCB with M36 flathead. I'm not quite sure if we use M36 flathead. I think we do. Do we? We have M3x4. That's button head. I don't think a flathead is the right choice here. We have a couple of M3x6 button heads, so let's just use one or two of these and hope that we don't need them for anything else. Because for the PCB, like the flathead is not quite the best choice. So that's not shown in the manual, but we now put the PCB in here. Don't over tighten them because that is screwed into plastic. Okay, and then we just have to organize the cables. So the RGB one goes here. And mind the orientation, so the 5 volts on top and the ground is on the bottom. Let me just double check, not that I misread that. Yeah, it says ground on the bottom, 5 volt on the top, and the center one is RGB. Okay, then we have, these don't really matter. We need to check the config later, what goes where. If you do it wrong, there's not really like any problem. Just again, like pay attention to the plus minus. So here it says plus on the bottom, yeah, and minus on top. So let's put it here. And we just have to kind of like organize it here. And same here, grounds on top. And then here we just have to make sure to tuck that cable. Yeah, maybe it's actually not a bad idea. I'll just tuck it a bit under the pins here. But yeah, this is fine. Like it stands out a bit, but it's pushed in. Maybe we can also push it under the PCB a bit. Not sure if that works. Yeah, that also works. Yeah. No, doesn't. Then let's push it under the pins. Oh, we make a little loop like this. It doesn't really matter. Like this later, it's just like pushed on here anyways. The only important thing is that like it doesn't stand over the lip basically, and that it's not too tall. But yeah, this has no problem fitting. M310 buttonhead screws. 10? I felt like 6 is plenty. But I think there's also like so this is the pack of screws, or like the goodies of the Toolhead board. Let's actually just quickly check if there's something in here. Yeah, see? There's screws. Let's use these. I'm pretty sure we don't need them, but just, you know, to be sure. Yeah, these are also 10s. And you know what? We're also gonna use these for mounting the toolhead board, the board most likely. Yep. Let me just dump all that. Most likely we'll also need a couple of the jumpers in a second, so yeah, it's the main critique on this toolhead board is that the connectors are so small, which is quite a bummer actually. Yep, I could have also just throw it in here. Okay, let's just use these. Is that the version where you need to set the 5-volt or 24-volt taps to the type of fan you use? I'm not sure yet. We need to check in a second. But we use 24-volt fans here, so nothing can go wrong. It's only if you use 5-volt fans, then you need to pay attention, of course, because if you give 24-volt to 5-volt fans, nothing good will happen. But if you give 5-volt to 24-volt fans, like, they don't work. It's like the worst case. By the way, I pushed now just the cable like under the board, which was way easier when the screws were not tightened yet. So this is now all properly sorted and out of the way. Technically what you could also do, this one, technically you can also have this under the PC. Let's quickly do that. I want to try that. So I try if I can push that. Yeah, that works. And then this one goes here. And this one goes here. Or is it just too short? No, it works. Here we go. Now it's like nice and compact. No, not now. It doesn't work. Now the board sits too tall up, too high up. Doesn't work. We have to put the fan wire on the front. Was a nice try. You can choose 5, 12, 24 for the fan. Yeah, I need to check. I don't remember on the board, but it can be very, very well the case that you can pick that on that board. Do you need to crimp anything for this kit? So far, no. I also don't think that will be the case for the rest of the build. I think all the cables come pre-crimped. Like I also for the Nevermore you don't have to. No crimping, which is actually very nice. I don't like crimping. There's a foul in jumper for the fan. Yeah, I. Okay, let's leave it like this. Let's not leave it like this. Not a. Like this cable is a bit worrisome. It's just a bit too long. Okay. I want to see that's like flush. I feel like I had it already, and now I made it. I made it worse. I feel like this is how it worked before. I also don't see like why it doesn't let me put this flush now. I think it's like this screw stands out a tiny bit. There's the one that we didn't want to tighten. No, like it was perfect before, and now there's like a little bit of a gap. And it's also tight. I'm not quite sure what the problem is now. I think it's really just the cable under the board. Can't be. Let's route this on top. See if this is now what's causing the issue. Yeah, now it's nice. Okay, then let's leave it like this. Then the cable goes on top. So whatever reason, if I put it to the back, like it's ever so slightly too tall. Well, the 3D printing separator suggests not using grease with additives. The Manol 8097 VR2 long-term ester grease is an NGL ester grease. Should I go with that? Like I have no clue about that. Like I don't know what VR2 is. WR2 is. So I am not sure. You can always just try it out, right? Like nothing will break most likely like if you use the wrong grease. Just give it a shot and see if you have any problems. That's what I would suggest. Um okay, so then this is complete, but we are not yet quite there. Wait, oh, that's the wrong manual. Is it? No. This is a 2.4 manual? No, this is... Oh, they now built the X carriage. I got confused. We have done that already, but ours is a bit different, of course. But then now we start connecting stuff to the X carriage. So I think let's quickly clean up here because here's an absolute mess. And then let's move over to the printer. Lots of empty bags, which is always a good sign. Also trash. Okay. Also trash. Put these in. Actually, this can I just put here. Then oh, actually, one last thing before we move on. Let's actually put the toolhead board into here. I think this will be easier to quickly do here. They always put this like weird stuff here on the back, like these like orange pads. I never know what they're for, but they're a bit annoying to remove. Okay, so we need 2 screws and a little bridge we printed. Put little jumpers in. Yeah, it's actually a very good suggestion. That is a very good suggestion. Then let's quickly also check the manual. Because you are absolutely right, they are a little bit bitchy to put in. So let's quickly check the BTT 2240. Let's actually check. There is the guide. Maybe they mentioned it here already, what the configuration is for this kit. Um, no. Well, yeah, that's quite a good advice. Never put like jumpers and stuff in while it's powered on. What is this problem? Build touch always open. I'm not sure if we are affected by this issue. So let's just not solder on the board yet. Good to know there's a fix for some issue. Yeah, so this is the jumper for the voltage of the fans. So this is these 2 blocks here. We have 24-volt fans. Let's just double check. 24-volt fans. I didn't check this one, but I'm pretty sure it's 24-volt. Let's do one last check. Yeah, 24. They're all 24-volt. all 24 volts for me. So then let's quickly check the manual of that thing. So we have the SB 2240. Is there a manual? Build guide? I guess it's called build guide. Yeah, so this is the section we are interested in. So we have 24 volt fans. So this is interesting. On the manual here, it says V in, 24 volt is V in, is like on the leftmost. But for me, I'm not quite sure if you can like make this out. Do you see here? It says 5 volt on leftmost and the rightmost says V in. It's exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite as in the manual. Now I have trust issues. Which one is correct? This is odd. Like, why is this exactly? This is exactly opposite. Steve, what do you mean? Like, I'm looking at the wrong Toolhead board again. I think you are right, actually, but yeah, this is the. I mean, it says 2240. This is 2240, right? Yeah, but like, you're right. Like, this is like slightly different layout. I think this is the older version. This is slightly different, but it's the right Toolhead board. RP 2040. Oh, yeah. Check. You're right. Build guides. Here we go. Yes, almost the same, but a bit different. Now my labels fit. Let's get the little jumpers. You guys are right. I had the wrong manual. So I was looking at the older version, like the other version, without the RP 2040 chip. Okay, so we need then for 24 volts the rightmost position. Okay, these are in the rightmost position. Then what else do we need? So I plugged both. And they're both on the bottom one. And the top one I plugged here, this one is only for the PWM fan. We don't have that. I'll just put it to 24 anyways. Yes, then the RGB. Then we did that, or we're about to do that. Oh yeah, the little heatsink. Let's put it in when we install it, but here goes the heatsink. But I already mentioned I have a second heatsink, and I will put this here. I'm just not sure if this is like too tall, this one. So potentially might need another one. But let's try it out. I think these are all the jumpers we need to set. We most likely will also need to set the 5-volt USB jumper later on when we flash it. And there should be like a CAN bus jumper for the resistor. No, which one is it? Am I blind? It says here resistor, but where is the resistor? Is it this like, is this the marking? Yeah, this one is the marking. Like this is like very, very bad design. It's like blue and blue. Let's put this on. Those connectors are not fun to crimp. Glad the kit came pre-crimped. Yeah, like I crimped the connectors for the switch wire. I have the same board there, and I can fully agree. That's not super fun, but it's actually like I'm quite okay with crimping them actually. Like it's not super horrible. Um, like it's okay for me. Like not my most favorite job, but um. I don't think it will fit the PT1000 plug is touching the cover when everything is in place. Yeah, let's see. I mean, if this doesn't fit, like this is just the one I have right now, but also like the glue is like not, let's just leave it out for now. But that's definitely something you want to add. Like, let's just add this one here now. Especially if you're running it enclosed, like you 100% want to add like a heatsink on the chip. And I know that the mod for having a fan there is quite popular. There's a reason. There's a reason. Yeah, let's actually just follow this manual for a second. So let's put this in. Actually, maybe zoom out a tiny bit again. Okay. That's the heatset insert. It was crooked in the beginning, so we fixed it good. Make sure this is in here. And then this is mounted. So they have exactly. So they have in the manual now what I had before, like on top, but we said this cable is a bit too short for that. So we now have to deal with this situation. Because we set the cable to the bottom in the beginning. Yep. Unplugged it again. Looking my plug. Let's do the following and put the cable. Can we fit that just behind here? I feel like this should fit, but it would have been easier to do that before before screwing down the board. Let's just unscrew this one quickly. Put the cables behind and put it back. Yeah, perfect. Now they're also like completely out of the way. So I have them now just like run in between the motor here and the board. Also very clean. Perfect. So we definitely need a couple more of these like tiny jumpers later. At least the 5-volt one. When we flash the toolhead board later. I'm pretty sure they don't come pre-flashed. You'll be very surprised. Yeah, that is as far as we can go. Actually, like on the Switchfire, I didn't print the custom parts for the SP2209 or SP2240, but like the standard Voron parts, and it also fits, but like it's really awkward here because like this one is a bit thinner. Like the difference basically on the original part, the thickness on top here, like you see here, it goes a little bit in and down, and the original just goes down. So this connector is just like halfway behind that. It's like really awkward to plug in. Okay, but I think then we are ready to put it on the machine. So I'm just gonna work a bit here. I think that also works for you. Like straight for you. Cool. Okay, then we have our parts, and we can go back to the manual of the stealth burner. May as well add the 5-volt jumper. Steve, you think we should add it now? I mean, it's very easy to add. Let's add it now, then we just have to pull it out. Maybe that's a smart thing. Because now I can still like position the tool head how I want. And then later we just have to pull it out with tweezers. But yeah, these like tiny jumpers are like horrible. Oh, this one goes here next to the capacitor. And this one we need to remove later on. So it's just for now. Okay. Then we need M3x8 twice. Now, where did I put my driver? So this goes in here. And the second one goes through here. And there's the first cable we can plug in a second. So that's the X end stop here that we added like last stream. Okay, then we did these. Now the bottom part. So we have, you kind of don't see it anymore, but maybe I can. We have a very fancy camera arm here that I built a while ago. Maybe I can give you a bit closer view, but there's two screws here, like you can kind of see it here. And these little tabs here, they basically go behind these screws. And I think we adjusted them already like last time, so it's a bit of like a, like not tight fit, but like it doesn't fall out. So you can just click it in here. And you don't have to tighten these. Like they are just for alignment. And then the front goes on. Now looking at that, the board is not super straight, like it's a little bit tilted like this. Let me see what the reason is for that. Let me quickly take this out again. Oh, a lot easier looking. Give me my toolhead. See here, it's like a little bit like crooked. I think I see the reason. Yeah, now it's better. Not quite sure, like I just like remove the screw a bit and put it back. It's still like a bit crooked, but I think it's fine. But everything seems to be making contact, like there's no gaps or something. So let's quickly check if we can put these together. The answer is no. So cables most likely. Yeah. So it kind of fits. Just like this cable here is a bit awkward. So if I would crimp this by hand, like I would make it shorter to not have this like weird loop here. Yeah, we'll be fine. But yeah, there's a bit of like, not quite sure how to put this cable. Like it's always in the way. Okay, let's put this back. Hi there, Ballistic Tech. Chat shows the newest messages at the bottom now. Nice. Well, yeah, like after many attempts, like I think I figured it out. I have this like custom CSS code for the YouTube chat, and I have to paste the YouTube link, then remove the CSS, save, add the CSS, and save, and then somehow it magically works. Like, don't ask me, don't ask me why. Okay, so then this goes in. Looks like you have the spacer on wrong. Not spacer. What Z probe comes with this kit? It's tap. We have tap. That's what we did last stream. We did the tap. Now let me see. Oh, fits well. Like we don't have any gaps, so that is good. Then we need M3 by 50 that I already put out because I knew we would need them, and M3 by 25. Knowing our little issues with M3 holes, I'm a bit afraid, but it seems to go well. Yeah, it goes to the bug. Make sure. I did squeeze cables here before. Like I did something really awkward once where I think it was the thermistor cable. it was a bit it was like basically in the way of this screw. And I was like, oh, this screw is like really hard to turn. And I kind of like forced it in without thinking, which was like quite stupid. And basically what happened is like I screwed basically through the cable more or less. So I had to recrimp the thermistor. Like not recrimp, I had to replace the wire, which was like really annoying. So yeah, I'm always paying a bit of attention now here that the cables are all fine. Lessons have been learned. Okay, it's also tapping. Let me turn this to the side. I'm actually very glad we didn't put it in the bed yet. Because as some people pointed out last time, or like not last time, but like when we installed the bed, like it gets heavy. So then we have a lot of like cables here that need to be plugged. Um, let's start with the thermistor, which is the PT1000 plug. Let me quickly switch back to the manual. So we have the thermistor, and this one is not the one I have that we have, I think, because we have two wire PT1000, which is the center tube wire. So this is correct, and this should go in here. So this is the blue one. Then the hot end comes from the back, which is correct. So this kind of needs to go around here. I like that it's a white cable actually. Yeah, this is in. Fits the color scheme very nicely. And then the end stop I think is up here. This for the probe. Oh, we didn't plug it in yet. So this is the probe. There's a little plug back here you don't see. Um, there's a bag with cables. So it must be somewhere in this bag. Let me see. So these are motor wires. Motor wires. Ah, here. There's the cable. I did not have that cable on my radar at all. So, but it's nice. It's like a custom made cable. Very, very nice. Let's quick check. Do they tell us exactly where we need to plug this in? But I think it's quite a unique plug. Yeah, we're on top. So I think, I mean, it must go into the Pro port because this is the only plug which has 5. And I'm not quite sure what each of these pins does. But these 3 need to go to the plug that is hidden back here. that is plugged in. So these go like back here. What this is, it says FS, filament switch. So I think this one we can leave for now. This is still close. I think the white cable we need to route a bit better. Nice choice of colors. Thank you, Vitaly. Ah, I really like the white one is not sure if you can see it on camera. It's like marble, so it has like black spots. Oh, come on. Here we go. Let me put this behind so it can be a little bit more flush with the board. I think it's easier to close the. And it's a bit more flush. It should make it easier to close the hatch. So this one, I think we just have to like leave out for now. And this one is the last one, which is the X and stop. Um, which no, yeah, goes here on front, right? It's been hard to see which one they refer to here. Which one is that? Oh, it's the one, the closer one. So this needs to go here. I'm not 100% certain. Like there's like one here and one there where I plug it in on. I think it's the one that's really hard to see, man. Is there like a pin out? Here. Yeah, exactly. End stop is here. So it's the one directly under the probe and next to the screw. That goes in. Now the question is, can we kind of like make this all nice and flat to close this? And it's quite a tight fit. And there's definitely not a lot of space for like a heatsink. I have one of these M3 button head here that we want to use for the toolhead board first. So that goes here. Not sure if it's should be M6, M3 by 6, or if it's an M3 by 4, but that works. Yeah, and then this one is for the filament switch, I think. The kit comes with this weird thing here, which I guess you're supposed to put in here. Oh, maybe it needs to come out then here. Maybe this is the proper way to get this out. And then we can. Which way does it go in? This way. Put this here. I don't know, like I'm not a fan of this. It looks a bit odd. I mean, this comes pre-printed in red, so I think it's just something from their throwdown printers that you just like mass produce and then like throw it in, which is nice, but does not quite match my color scheme. Okay, for now, let's leave it here. And then we have, like, not this one, but the other Bowden tube that then goes on top here, most likely. It doesn't really connect here. Nah, not a fan. But then that basically goes to the umbilical. Yeah, for now, let's leave this like this. And that, I think, would complete our tool head. Looks like a printer now. Yeah, I'm so not like it doesn't really snap, which I'm not very happy about. Expected a bit more force to move it out of the bottom position. I mean, it sits in the bottom, but it's like not. You don't need a lot of force to take it out. Not quite sure. Let's see how that behaves over time. But yeah, this is the tool head. I think fit together quite well. The only thing that's still like this is like hyper hard to open, which luckily we don't have to open a lot. But it, yeah, you see, like this is like it will stay closed. Let's put it like that. Shows it's something with the tension here, but yeah, I don't know. Something to figure out. Cool, but yeah, tool head. Then the decision would be stream now like 3 hours. Whether we start electronics today or whether we make it like a new stream. Let me quickly check the manual. Move that a little bit. Pay attention to the four-way jumper to configure for the PT1000. Oh, true. Yeah, we didn't put the jumper there. That is true. Yes, we didn't configure that. That is true. So we need the it needs to be, you don't see it, it's behind the chat, but it needs to be this one here, I assume. Because we have a PT1000 or the PT100, right? 1000, yeah. And we have two wires, so it needs to be this one. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Mr. DSI. Let's quickly correct this. Because it's one of the things like I will 1000% forget. Nah, I don't like that. Okay, yes, we need to swap one here. Let me see. So there's still this orange protective cover on. There we go. So at the moment, the top one is in the, yeah, you see it quite well here actually. So we need to move this one over. And this one over. And that was it. So basically the top one is left, the second from the top is right, and then left, left. Can you please share the filament name? Vitaly, it's the Nobufill. It's Nobufill ABSX Marble White. It is, wait. So we fixed this one. I actually like the black strip now. Like it turned out quite nice. There's a bit of a gap, like here, so it's still like the cables are not 100% perfect. I'll need to look at that again, but for now I think it's fine. So we have the Nobu Fill ABS X Marble. It's this one. This one. And it prints really nice. Like I also have the black I have is the same filament just in black, and they print really nice. Highly recommend. I'm not quite sure. I'm still have a bit of like doubts whether the white will hold up over time, because I know that the white ABS is a little bit weaker than other ABS. So let's see how it goes. But like visually, it looks amazing. Cool. Yeah. So this is, I think, all we need to do here. We don't have ADXL to configure. And it's also the end of the self-burner manual. So we can confidently close that out. Gap same as your switch wire, to be honest. Yes, and the switch wire is not great. Like it works, but I don't know. I'm not sure if it's normal to have gaps there or if it's something that I do wrong. But yeah, seemingly like all my self burners have a bit of a gap here. Okay, let's check the electronics quickly and see what we need to do there. So this looks different for us because we have no Raspberry. We have a control board with a built-in MCU, which is great. Saves some wires. We do have 5-volt piece. No, we don't have 5-volt PSU, and we don't have Raspberry. So we only have the control board, the 24-volt PSU, and the solid-state relay, and the power unit, obviously. So that all looks a tiny bit different for us. We do have this one here. Control board is different for us. This we have. This we have. We don't need the Z and stop because we have tap. So that is not something that we are concerned with. So we can skip all that. And stops. So we already have the X and stop. And for the Y and stop, we will put that on the A or B, on the B motor mount, I think it is. So it's also a bit different for us. We have a different part for that. So I would say let's go through here and put all the electronics together. I think that's a like nice work section. So let's go through there, but also let's quickly check this like GitHub. There were like a lot of tips here for the SB2009 that we completely skipped. But I think we did all the things we need to do. We have some jumpers. We have this one we put. We did that, I guess. Yeah, I think we did all the things. We also have that routed like this, the cables here. So this is all done. Yes, we have the pre-crimped cable. Yeah, there's a lot of description here. We went through all of that kind of naturally. Should have checked before. Yeah, so we don't do the CAN cable yet. I think the CAN cable we do when we do all the wiring in one go. So that is something to look on later when we actually do the CAN cable. Then, yeah, so now it goes into the electronics. So let's actually also start with the EBB with the Manta 8P. I mean, let's maybe not push the printer off the table. That would be like a good approach. Okay, let's take a look. Let me quickly reorient my camera and maybe zoom out a bit. Okay. I don't have gaps, but I don't use the RP2240. Yeah, well, I have the RP2240 on both. And I think it's really that there's like really little space for cables. And then maybe I'm not putting the cables in the right spot. See, there should be the power supply is here. And mainboard. Mainboard. Oh, the big bag. And we also need the CB1. That's a lot of electronic stuff. We also need the CB1. Um, I don't think this is the C. No, this is the HDMI screen. Oh, is this the CB1? Oh yeah, CB1. I already have it. Oh, then I can look for quite some time. Okay, then I think this is all the parts we need for electronics. There's a wiring diagram for the Formbot GitHub, but does not fit with the 250 and 300 volt. Well, that's quite useless then. We're also not going to do any wiring now. We just put the electronics in, and then wiring I would definitely do next time. So let's also get rid of these. I really don't like these like orange protective thingies. They're really annoying to remove. Okay. But yeah, electronics wise, this is like super similar to my switch wire because I have the M4P, so the smallest version of this port in the switch wire. And I have the same Toolhead port there. It's like all the same. Okay, so this is our CB1, which is a very sweet little board. Like I have the same in the switch wire. The only thing that annoys on my switch wire, and that's something to check with this one. Yep, now it's in. Yeah, that's flash. 2 clicks. Sometimes it freezes. Like you print and like mid print, it just completely freezes. Like everything is frozen. Like you cannot SSH in. The printer just stays in place. Like it's just that. It's really weird, and it's quite annoying. And I'm not quite sure if this is like some software thingy. But I also like didn't update anything. Like I basically have it as it was in the beginning. So maybe it's just I should like set it up again with the latest firmware. Yep. Can you? It's not really cooperative. Oh. So it's just a thermal pad to like make sure we transfer the heat properly. That's one. We need smaller. Here we go. So there's something interesting now for me to see with this one if I have similar problems with that. If yes, it's the it's the CB1. If not, it's just something with my setup. The good thing is the CB1 is completely compatible with the Raspberry Pi 4 compute module. So if the CB1 is like acting up in any way, or like it's not powerful enough for you or whatever, you can just swap a Raspberry Pi compute module into here and it will just work exactly the same. Never happened to me, and I have two CB1 in 32 different printers. You have 32 printers. That's a lot of printers. No, I'm pretty sure it's something with my software setup, and I just have to like, I just was not bothered enough yet to fix it. It doesn't happen often. It happens like, I don't know, like every 50 hours or something. So it's like kind of manageable, but yeah, it's just annoying. So I'm really curious to see if this one has the same problem. Might also be some hardware issue with this specific board. Okay, so we have the CB1 installed. I didn't flash yet, so that's something like when we do the software setup at the end, we will put an SD card in here. So we will skip the flashing part here. We skip all the Toolhead board flashing, that's like for the end. Yes, then basically I think we can just like go through the Voron manual. Like this will be a little bit different for us, but we'll figure it out. So I have a couple of like loose screws here. We have some mounts here. So this is for the Manta M8P. And I think no, did I print these parts? So this is also like electronics mount. Let me see. Yeah, these are for the power supply. These are the ones for the power supply. Oh yeah, it also says LRS 200 on there. This is for the power inlet. Then I think I miss the clamps here. Because like this is definitely meant to be clamped. Like that goes here and that goes, oh, this goes here. And this goes here, like on the bottom of course, but. Let me quickly check. So, um, let me see. So in the Big Tree Tech M8P, let's quickly check the GitHub here. We are on the V2. I'm looking for. Okay. I'm not sure if this is what I'm looking for. From a hardware? No? This is my future. Kids sitting in a box. Well, I hope they're not sitting in a box, the kids. Yeah, there are no printed parts here, are they? Are there? Mm, let me see if there's something on the Formbot parts I have. But I think then what I missed. Where's the? I think I missed two parts here. The alts. Electronics bay. Controller mounts. Can you check like what yeah, so these are similar to what I have. So these are the brackets, but then we need I think this is what I'm missing. I think this is the part I'm missing. Yeah. Well, too bad. I think what happened here is that like I went through the manual and then like I was like, oh, I have these from the from the other parts. It takes 30 minutes to print, so let's see if we can fill the time. Let me quickly set everything up. 1 second. Okay, here we go. What a shame. Well, let's just do the rest and do the board at the end. I mean, technically it's ready. We just need to put it in. I'll save that over here so I don't destroy anything. Then we have this part here, which is like this special Formbot mounting bracket. I guess this can also go. Oh, we could do the stepper drivers. Let's do those. Actually, let's do the stepper drivers when we do the wiring. I think that's a good approach. Let's put this stuff back. We also still have the antenna. This is the Wi-Fi antenna of the CB1. It's quite fragile in a certain sense with the small connector, so I will do this all at the end when all the electronics are in place. What do we have here? This is the Y and stop. We need this in a second. Okay, then this is something we will look at in a second. Then let's just quickly do this part, which is like Formbot specific. So this will not be in the normal manual. Let me quickly check in my in my mess. Here are the. Oh, I also need one for the SSR. Oh shit. Well, now I print two. No, for the solid state relay. No, I don't need it. Right? It comes with this metal clip here. Oh, for this one you mean? Yeah. Well, then it will take longer than 30 minutes. Yeah, let's see. So I print now two. I mean, worst case, we just don't put one part in, and then it's what it is. Okay, then how about that? Yeah, we just mount everything that we can, and then we just see how fast it is, and then yeah, let's see. So this is specific, but then like as you said, like here we have the same setup, which goes from the bottom, so we can't put that. Oh, well, never mind me then. We only need two. For whatever reason, this comes completely pre-assembled. I forgot that. Okay, well, then we also kind of wasted two. Okay, then this is ready. Then let's jump over to the manual here. So the pi mount we don't need. We don't have a pi. We don't have a 5-volt power supply because we don't have a pi. Then let's jump to the PSU. So here we need. Could we put these screws back? We need. Where's my big bag of screws? Man, it's getting really messy here. You need a lot of space. Okay. I want to take the bag exactly in front of me. Oh god. Swap to 35 volts heater from 65. No more plus minus 5 degrees. Well, oh, you swapped down. I thought you wanted to like increase the wattage. So that means basically it drew too much power then, right? We're looking for M4x6. Let's see. I have M3x6. M4x6. Just take it back, step by step. M4x6. Ah, here, M4x6. So we need 4. I don't think there's an orientation to that part. Shouldn't really. Anyways, let's do it in the way the manual does it. Okay, then this is ready. Controller board is printing. Then this one. So we need one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. So 5 in total. Let's also unpack that already. and one on top. Okay, then we have the switch. Don't think there's anything we need to do there. Doesn't really matter which orientation, I guess. And we have this part. So we have a couple of like fuses here. Just want to quickly make sure there's one in here. There is, and I don't know what type, but we'll just roll with whatever's in here. Because it says like 4 amp and 8 amp. So I'm not quite sure which one we need. But let's just keep it in. 4 amp should be like plenty. 4 amp would be 250. I'm pretty sure the 8 amps is for US. Because I can't imagine like, because it's like 900. Yeah, with the 4 amp you would get 900 watts. Should be fine, I think. Like, I'm not quite sure what the heat bed has, but I don't think it's more than that. But yeah. And then we need M310 flathead. There we go. I was also wondering what the benefit is, because this one here is like, is the PSU set to 220? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I never in my life encountered a PSU that was not set to 220. But let's check. Mini space scan 65 watt Trident doesn't need that. Ah, I see. I see you have a new favorite. 220 or 230, but so, but yeah, I was like wondering what the benefit is of having the filtered inlet here, because like for example the Switchwire and the V0 I have both have like normal unfiltered inlets, and I guess it's better, but I'm not quite sure if there's like any real world benefit to that. Okay, then that comes on the finished pile. Then we have the solid state relay, and there we have M46. We had them before. And I confidently threw them back in the pile. Okay, the print is starting now. So it always takes quite a while to preheat, like even on the V0. Okay, that's also done. I think that's all the electronics sorted. We don't need that. That is trash. That is trash. Then I think let's take the printer, flip it over, and install some electronics. Nothing can fall. Let me see. Show you what's going on. And this is, by the way, exactly why I built this new camera mount. Exactly for this. Because with the old one, I would be like somewhere here with the camera, like max, and then like you wouldn't see anything. Cool. Okay. So I'm not quite sure if the layer one is complete. Looks good to me. Um, then we were here on the Formbot, and I think there's a wiring diagram. But it doesn't tell you in which layout to put the parts. Does this GitHub guide have something for that? Kind of, like very close up. Front. Yeah, okay. Let's just follow a little bit the layout that we have here. So really odd, like why would you take this picture like so close? Why not like go back up a little bit? Okay, so I am at the front of the printer. The front is here. So in this orientation, we would have the PSU here. Oh, and like when we installed the motors, we had a discussion. Why on earth would you have this motor in a different orientation? And now we know. Because here, you see now the motor is in the way here. Um, I mean, technically, we can also just roll with our own wiring layout. Okay, we can also just flip the motor. I don't think that's a big deal. Oh, we have to loosen that one here first, I think. Need to loosen these two. And then we can like flip that open. But yeah, good. So now we know why that is flipped. But that's easy enough to still do. Like, how do they have it? They have it exactly to the opposite side, I think. Let's just do that. Let me... Yep. And we fixed it. So now the plug is here on this side. I'm not sure if this will like collide with the skirt. I think not, but let's see. So then they have that 3-1 thingy. And that basically has the 6. Oh, man, this is stiff. Make sure I'm not breaking it. Oh. All right, that's right. This is not really going on. Mind you, it's their part. I didn't print it. Ah, no, it doesn't go over it. Try the other way. No, it doesn't want to. Let me take our good old friend the file. I hope my parts are better. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so this is the end, including me scratching myself. Okay. Ow. That's the worst injury I ever had building printers. Well, I would say safe to say this is not good. Let's skip over it. Don't forget you have a button panel. Yeah, that's also coming, right? Do I need to worry about the button panel now? But yeah, then we need one more of these parts. I hope mine work because that did not go well. But yeah, let's skip over that. And then basically at the end here, we have the solid state relay. Let's just position it here for now. And then in the middle, like we will have this part. Like I'm really not a huge fan of this. Let me be honest. I rather prefer. Actually, also printed it like these are the Wago mounts. That just goes here, and you have like Wagos. It's like much cleaner because you have like way more space here. Like you see how tight the wiring is on the picture basically in the GitHub. Like it's really tight. There's not a lot of space. And this is much easier to have here. Like I kind of want to build the kit how the kit is intended to build, which is with this part. But like, I mean, this alone like it's kind of like absolute turn off, to be honest. So let's see. I'm not gonna do it now, but the decision might be to just switch over to that. The wiring is exactly the same, basically. It's just like this is much easier. And also, I really don't understand why they include that. Like, why not include like 3 Wagos? It can't be cheaper or more expensive than that. I'm not either. I think Wago mounts are better. Yeah, they're easier. They're quicker. They're easier to install. You have more space. Like, there's literally like no downside to that. I remember I saw another Formbot review and they were unable to find if that part has any electrical certification. Just for safety reasons, I would skip it. Yeah, it's also like, I mean, the clamps themselves, they look very beefy. And they have like a part number on them, KEFA KF78. So you could check it up, check it out. They do have the electrical certification markings here on this side. Now, that being a China part, who knows? There's a running joke. The CE sign that you have here is like China export. Man, like I really scratched myself. Like, this is annoying. Uh, so alone for this, like I think I'll throw it out. No, it's not like I don't have these parts. You can literally buy them in your department and your DIY hardware store around the corner. Like it's no special part. Um, the electricians who did my electrical work here, like they used the same Wagos. They're everywhere. This is like, let's just go with that. Here we go. I Wago, Steve. I Wago. You know, it's like they already include, like for the Nevermore, you get 2 Wago. For Nevermore, you get 2 Wago. Why not throw in 3 more and leave out? I assume why they have this is like they have their Troodon printers, right? And that is exactly the part they will use in those Troodon printers. And that's why they give it to you. Because for them, it's like a mass production item, basically. That's also why you get this like printed part here, right? Like it's exactly what they built in the Troodon printers. I guarantee you. Um, which makes me wonder, like, why does that not work? Like, am I not able to like put this on? Like, it just did not go on. Let me just check, but I think M3 should be fine here. Technically, you can also check the Voron manual for that because they use the same. Can you go ahead? This one. Here we go. We check also that, like, this is like what the 2.4 is quote unquote intended to be built with. Right? We had it. You see it already here? Maybe they don't include it here because it's like technically. Here. See, this is exactly the part we are right now putting in. And they use. No. They use M5. Yes, this is M5. Okay, I'll peel this out later. Here's M5. Like 10. Uh, 2 M5. I still have to take out the M5 T-nuts that we accidentally put in the wrong spot. When putting the Z-eilers. That's still on my to-do list. I didn't do it yet. Yours did also break? Yeah, then it's not me. I don't know. Like there. Let's see how the original, like the parts I print now turn out, if they have the same issue. Yep. Give me why. I'm now scared of these printed Vago. Um, I'm scared of these printed thin rail connectors now. Yeah, like these work, right? Like I printed these, they work. Okay. So the only concern I have now here is that the cables might not be long enough. Let's see about that. If we have to later swap in this like board, then we swap it in. Okay. Then I'm skipping like a little bit back and forth now. So we did this. We don't have 5-volt. The controller board is being printed. We assembled this one already, the power inlet, and put this one together. But they did not tell us yet to put on the power inlet. The switch doesn't apply to us. Y and stop is a bit different for us. Let's first focus on this one here. I don't want to flip the printer like up and down all the time. So then M3 TNet, 2 of those. And they are on the back side. Let me get that right. Let me rotate the printer so the back is as in the manual. My display wants to go into standby. I don't appreciate that. So we have 2 on this side. Oh yeah, there's also like the here like the power inlet, so it's like even less space. If there would be like this other board here, just like then it's like really tight here. And now we can afford to just do it like this. And then like this goes here, and then this goes here, and here. So it's like way, way easier. Then what do we need here? M38, which I already have here. I think this is something I need an Allen key for. Yeah. Screw doesn't want to go in. That's another one of these where got it. Okay, this one is in. And this one's in. And I can move this over. And the first part of our skirt is done. I think this one is like another one where the T-nut is a little bit odd to screw. It's like not. Yeah, it's not in T-nut. I mean, it is kind of, but it's not really like. We had this before. The T-nut was not really like properly threaded. I feel like this is like another one of these. Let me quickly. It kind of works, but it's like not a smooth. Let me put like another one in here. I don't trust this one. So these T-nuts are not the best. Yeah, this one allows me to properly tighten it. So like this one, it like runs way like this screw runs way easier. Okay, good enough for skirt. So we have power here. The only thing is like also like what I really don't like is like if we have the stepper connections directly next to like AC. I always like try to keep them a bit separate. I prefer that. But yeah, might want to run the earth lead from the SSR mount to the Wago as well as ground the frame. Yeah, like I'm not going to do the wiring today, but definitely I think that's smart. The only thing is like because the frame is anodized, like I think we will have a really hard time earthing that because like the anodization like isolates it. Um, but nevertheless, like I think to the solid state at least we can do that. It doesn't technically have like input for that, but yeah, let's see. That's for wiring concerns for next time. Then we already put the PSU in. Oh, there's this other bracket. Yes. We have that here. So pay attention I don't kick anything off the table. Oh, but this is now exactly the wrong. I guess it also works this way. On which side is that supposed to be? It's on this side. But that does not work with this layout here. Yeah, they don't have that. You see, there's nothing left and right. they don't have that. They don't use this part. I mean, like, technically it's fine. Like, it's not like going anywhere. It's nice to secure it because it's relatively big. I guess you can't really, like, if you have it here, because like you need to screw it in. The only thing you can do is like you can screw it in before you mount it. I mean, I could put it in now. I mean, if we really wanted to, we can put it in. Do we really want to? I mean, there's enough space. Let's put it in. We need an M5 by 10 and an M4 by 6. So we need one of these. I can't print another mirror because the screw hole is missing. I think. No, it's there. Oh, but you know what? This works this way as well. We can swap it out later for a mirrored one, but like you can also just like use the Allen key and put it under. So let's put it in here. So let's just put it in. Still a bit loose. Oh no, actually it does not work. But it works on neither side. Oh no, wait. Ignore me. I just pushed the thing too far back. Of course it works. I was like, the screw hole, I mean, you don't really see it, it's here. And I was like pushing it back and the bracket was like this. And I was like, oh, the hole's still on the line. And 4 by 6 we have here. I think it's easier to first screw it in here. Leave it a bit loose still, that we can move it. Now we can align the two together, and we have a winner. If we get to align. Here we go. This is not very cooperative here. Here we go. So this is in. And now it's just a bit of like a... Let's just say it's like nicer if it's the other way around. But it works. Now it's secured. And you know why they didn't use that? If you look at this picture here, you see they pushed it all the way to the edge here. It's all the way on the extrusion. And they did that because there was not enough space with this part here in the center. Because if you have to fit this one here in as well, and you need to have the cables here, there's just not enough space. You need this like little bit of space here. Well, it's not a reason to do it like this with the Wagos. So if somebody builds this kit, order like a 5-pack of these 5 Wago, like of these like Wago 221, and then like the version with the 5. They're quite expensive if you buy like a little quantity. I think 5-pack will be like 5-6 euros. Just do it. You can also buy like an assortment. That's what I did. Like I bought like an assortment with like different sizes of these, because whatever you do on your printer, these come in so handy. And also like around the house, like if you like wire up lamps or something, like these are capable of like enough power for everything basically. Like chances are if you have like a relatively new house or something, like exactly these will be in Europe. I think the US does its own thing. But like in Europe, like they're super common to just be used in like your house electrics. So yeah, and they have like certified and everything, so it's like no brainer to use them, and they're like so easy to use because like you can open them, you close them, no screws. They're transparent, so you can actually see if the cable is properly seated. They're like way better than anything else. Leave M4 out, get the M5 type, then M4. Yeah, I think like this was it worked. Sorry, Steve, I missed your message. It's kind of like down here behind the printer. Let me see. Hot. I have no interest to add like another wound to my collection today. Yeah, see, mine work. But I should wait a second because they're still hot, so they deform. Okay, but yeah, so these are the last 2 parts. I don't know what the blue one is. Breakboard. Ah, yeah. The breakboard is replaced by canvas and later kits, so we don't have that. And then green, Raspberry Pi, we also don't have that. So the last thing for us is really the controller board here. So we have like tons of space. Let me see. So jumping back to the manual here, to the control board section. Like, I'm really sorry I'm jumping back and forth like a lot. So we need the M2 self-tapping. But yeah, so because we kind of like print on the go, and in this section, like the manual is really far off what we actually have to do. That's where jumping comes from. And if I remember correctly, these were Philips. Yeah, they're Philips. By the way, like something that I'm really annoyed. It's like annoyed about me. It's like super random, but like I have this like, can I move here? Can I show? Yeah, I have this like cabinet here with the doors. And these doors are like, when I put the cabinet up, like I chose a random height, right? Like you're like, looks good. And it's like literally like 3 millimeters between the top of the printer and that door. It's like really annoying. So if the printer sits here on the table, I can't open the door because this much. So I'm kind of annoyed that like when I put this up, like why couldn't I just put it up like 5 millimeters more? Then I can put it under the cabinet. And now like I can't put it under the cabinet. And every time the printer's on the table, like I can't open it. It's like really annoying. But yeah, it's like the random bad luck of life, I guess. Give me four. I have 5. Close enough. Okay. Then maybe I'm also a bit too short for that. Okay, that's one side. I'm not quite sure if I put it the right way. Would have would it be different position in this way? Yeah, yeah. I think we should swap them over. Other way around is better. It's more center, although this can also be a benefit because I kind of want to have the board a bit more off the side here actually. Let's roll with this orientation, then the board is a bit more shifted here. Because if I have them the other way around, it's more center, but then like you have really little space here. I think it's better if it's a bit more towards the outside. So it's like this. Nope. Oh, yeah, it's like this, but then the other, we put it in the other way. But actually too, let's check with the board. How does this align then? So if we have the board here, so this would be this side. So if we have it this way, this would mean we face this way, which I'm not sure works well because the Ethernet port needs to face this way because we have a very short Ethernet cable. So this should face this way, at which point we need to turn this one this way, and then it's like more towards the PSU, but I want to have it a little bit more over. So let's indeed turn these around. You know, turn it over. Um, I'll just see how it's best. I think this is okay. Okay. And this way we can, yeah, this is the right way. So this one faces here, and then this needs to go this way. Mount tire, you're not going to see the old mount. What do you mean with mount tire, Steve? Because like this would now be like this. I think that's quite good because then we have like space here. We have space. Let's not do that. We have space on the other side. So I think that is quite a good compromise. M3 by 6. I feel like we had that in our hands today already. Here they are. The wall unit. I'm not sure if I understand. Let's see. They are this one. Would have been easier to do this like before we have the printer here. Oh, you mean the cabinet? No, it's way too much effort. Way too much effort. It's only now, like later, the printer will like I thought about mounting, like mounting here, and I was already, I forgot about that. No, like later the printer will sit like where the box is here now, and it's like this much lower, so we'll be fine. It's just like now when working on it. But putting this up is like way too much effort. Firstly, like this is it's a drywall, and the drywall like because it's quite heavy, I have like these like very expensive drywall anchors, and like one of these wall anchors is like 3-4 euros. So just like I need six. Just technically like the price would be like I don't know, like 16-20 euros just to do it, like just the parts, and then like also the effort is like way too high. Not worth it. Like if I would want to put the printer there permanently, I would do it, but because it's just now like an inconvenience while building, I I I can live with it. But if for whatever reason I will remount that, I'll put it up like just like 2 centimeters and we'll be fine. Ugh. Sorry for not doing this on camera. It's like a bit awkward to work on top of the printer here. Okay. Let's see if we can mount this without me killing myself. I don't know, maybe it's also the rails. I don't know, but this is also like really difficult to mount. The PSU was fine. Okay, let's just help a bit. I'm just pulling it out here. Let's just say these are not my favorite mounts. Okay, we have it mounted. I mean, it's mounted well. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I can't even move it. I guess this is not where it stays. This is what it's called so now. I'm not gonna remove it again. Cool. Yeah, this should be long enough. Let me quickly. Mm, because they give you this like, so the idea is that there's a keystone here at the back for Ethernet. I'm not gonna connect it, but you know, just like, oh yeah, but it's quite long the cable. I might actually use a shorter cable. Like it's quite long. Like could have also flipped it over. I have shorter cables, so maybe I'll swap it out because like it's really, it just needs to go from here to there. Technically, we could have like turned it over and still had it all in place. I think this is a good orientation. It's fine. Okay. I think these are all electronic parts. The only thing that's left to do is the end stop. Let's do the end stop. How long is the USB and HDMI per screen? That's a good one. Where is the plug actually? Oh, the HDMI is on this side. Yeah, this is a good one, Steve. Oh, but also this should be quite a good length. Oh, but oh, this is awkward. It's like angled upward. I don't like that. Also good length. Like this is not a problem. We can make it work. This is actually quite a good length. We just run it through the cable channel here in the center, and that should be fine. And I assume the USB is about the same. Oh, it's interesting. This only has 2 USB ports. This is really limiting. Oh, USB is relatively short, actually. Yeah, it only has 2 USB. That means most likely we have to move this a bit more this direction. That is most likely what that means. We can also turn it around, but then like the problem is with USB and HDMI cables, you can't make them shorter. So I also don't want it to be too close, you know? So let's just I don't want to remove it again. As you can see. That should already be enough. Okay, I think this should be enough. Now we have enough like reach there. Maybe should have not put it away already. And to be honest, if I have to get a new USB cable, I mean, I also have plenty USB cables. It's just a USB-C, so I have a lot of those. Here. Now it's the perfect length. It's just like just reaching out, because like the clipper screen will be here on this side. So now it's just like just reaching here. So this is like a very good length now. The angle on the HDMI will be for the screen end, not for the board. It's angled on both. It's angled on both. I think this is definitely the, like, I don't have full size HDMI on this board, so this must be the board side, and the full size HDMI I think goes to the screen. But they're both angled, which is a bit odd. Like I don't like that. LDO has a pretty small USB hub PCB designed for Pi Zero. I'm looking to use it in my Pi Zero to be able to hook an external mirror. Yeah, I have the same actually. Like not from LDO, but you can get them on Ali. Not sure if I have it here. I don't think I have it here. No, I don't have it here. But yeah, it's like a sandwich with a Pi Zero. They're really good. I have the same in. I use the same board on the Switchwire, but with a full-size Raspberry. It also works, and then you have more USB ports. Oh wait, I think here it is. Oh, yeah, here. Like this. So it's basically like piggybacking on a Pi Zero, and then you have like 4 more USB. They're really nice, especially for the Pi Zero where you have 0 USB. From 0 to 4 is quite a big step up. Okay, well, but I would say like for the Y end stop, I mean technically we can quickly pull down. Let me flip that. So we have the cable here. The thing is like we also need to put up the chain here. Like there will be one chain mounted here, I assume. So I'm not quite sure if it makes sense yet to mount it, but I think the answer is no, to be honest. What I did is there's this part here, which is like a special. This is like not the original part. This is linked from the GitHub, from this build guide here on GitHub. This is linked. What this does is so basically the PG7 mount for the umbilical, like this goes in here. This is where this lives. And now I also realize maybe I should like reprint this in white. Maybe that would be nicer. But basically here is where the umbilical mounts that goes to the tool head. So we have the umbilical run, and this one has on the bottom here like a little spot where the switch goes in. So we have our end stop switch here. So I think we will mount this when we do the cabling and also the drag chain. I think it makes the most sense. And then there's also like a second part, which I will also reprint in white. And this goes here on top of basically under these 2 screws. And this is basically where the end stop switch then connects to. So I would just do this like next time with all the cabling and wiring together. So next time I think we do like what I have now on screen, like all the wiring. I'm not sure if we would. I wouldn't set up the clipper screen yet. I don't think it makes sense to set up the clipper screen yet. Like let's focus on like making it print first, and we can add like all the things together with the skirts and everything. So but then I would say that would be my stopping point today. Well, you don't see anything of me, but yeah, I think that's quite a good progress. Like we have the tool heads, we have this like weird filament end stop. You can't see it now, but like under the printer, we have all the electronics in place. So next time we can start wiring things up, and then to be honest, if everything's wired, let's see. I don't think wiring takes a lot of time. Because like all the wires are pre-crimped, which is like not typical for the builds I do usually. So we don't have to crimp anything, so it should be like really quick to wire everything up. So maybe we can next time already do like turning it on for the first time and like starting to configure everything. Let's see. But yeah, I think it's all progress. Next week there will be no stream. Just a heads up because I'm visiting my family, so I won't be here over the weekend. But then the week after we just continue where we leave off, basically now. Well, then, yeah, but let's see, Tech. You can just shoot me a Discord message. um, yeah. And Ballistic Tech, yeah, I'm also looking forward to streams, but like all your streams recently were like at 2 at night for me. So that did not work out. Cool. Yeah, but then enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Easter holidays if you celebrate that. And see you in 2 weeks. Bye.